3, 2, 1, go.
So 3, 2, 1, go. So we're gonna start out this.
There we go. You should hear me now.
Okay, hush. Firstly, we're gonna do this mouse. That was the main one that everyone wanted to do on YouTube, and it's on my Patreon. You don't have to be a member. You can just download it for free. It should be the last. Yeah, it's the last one here. And since you couldn't hear before, if you needed to import the image, you just tap this little icon, tap here, and then you go through this prompt. You just import, find the image, hit add, and then it shows through. And if you need to resize it, just press transform. All right, so, all right, let me figure out how I want to make this, because I actually don't know. I'm gonna have to get an ice pack soon for my computer if the fan keeps getting really loud. So I think like I'm seeing like a sphere, a flattened sphere with like a smaller sphere on top maybe that I can sort of fashion into his eyebrows, because his eyebrows are really prominent, like his eye sockets. So I might try that. Okay, so let's say this is like the base of his face. So let's just name it face base. I don't know why it's double clicking like that. I think there's a way to fix that. Face top. That's kind of what I see. Something like that. I'm going to make this a little wider. So what I'm thinking, or what I'm seeing in my head is like, for example, there's the head is sort of spherical. That kind of is easy. Obviously, maybe some spheres for the cheeks, but you want to do like a base sphere, and then like he has a forehead. It's a very small forehead, but he really has prominent eyebrows, and especially like they're forward. So I think that's a decent shape for that, and maybe they go up a little bit. Looks like they kind of do this, but see how that kind of like gives me the same feel. It even has some of the outline of what I'm really looking for. So maybe I'll push this back a little bit. I'll kind of spread it out back here, and we'll raise this up a little bit, maybe for his actual head. But I think that actually looks pretty decent. This doesn't need to be too far back, but you have to make sure when you do creatures or humans, like you have to make sure to do like the back part of the head. I always see a lot of artwork and like there's no like back part of the skull. Like skulls are actually fairly long going back. Okay, so I like that. Well, what was I gonna do? Maybe some more spheres for cheeks. So we'll just go ahead and mirror. Let's name the mirror cheeks. Okay, so I'm gonna set this as like, it's kind of like the same. That's kind of like how he's positioned. So I'm just gonna save this as 1, and then I'll just kind of like match this up a little bit. Okay, so sort of like this. I'm going to stretch it and actually tilt it, because if they're cheeks, they actually have to be in the front. So maybe something like that. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. We might as well throw in some spheres for the eyes. I want to drag it out of that mirror though. So let's cat hair everywhere. I'm going to take all this stuff and just make it bigger. And of course that's going to mess up my view, isn't it? So I'll redo that. Okay, so let's take this sphere. This will just be the eyes. And a lot of these are just placeholders. I'm really just blocking. So I'm really just blocking a lot of this stuff in. Okay. Eyes. I don't use autosave, so I have to make sure to save often. Okay, looks good. Body is like a teardrop shape. So let's just validate this. We'll put on Z as well. We'll do local so you can see the lines, because we want to just, we might as well just do X and Z. And then we'll use move. I don't know if you guys, oh, by the way, just so you guys know, if you have like specific questions, or you have, I'm doing this thing on TikTok now where like I'm responding to a lot of like questions and things like that. So it's just a little bit of a different space than all my other social medias. So be sure to check out my TikTok, because I'm doing a lot of just replying, and there's a lot of good, cool information I think that comes from, you know, replying on the spot and just like answering that way versus just like writing comments back. All right, let's see what's popping. What's up, Kat? What's up, Han? What's up, Zaki? Kuro. I appreciate you swinging by regardless of how long. Make sure to give me a like. What's up, Brooke? What's up, Brookie Lynn? Could be Brooklyn. Could be Brooke. So glad you got Nomad Cat. It's definitely well worth it. Let's see. Does the mouse have a name? No, the mouse doesn't have a name. So we're gonna need a name. So if you have any ideas, you can write it. And then at the very end of this, the thing, write it too. Or actually, no, write it as a comment under the actual video. That's probably better, because I feel like it's hard to find these things, and then like sometimes the video will get posted and it won't have really any comments. So you can leave it as a regular comment, I think, after the video is posted. So let's use move on this. Oh, I can tell that it's in a mirror because it did that weird like colorful thing. So let's get it out of the mirror. Cheeks, eyes, let's put it below. This is going to be body. Okay, so we'll just take move and we'll just move this up here like this. Okay, looks pretty good. Okay, so now I have to kind of think of the S curve. His face looks so funny. I gotta kind of think of the S curve of the body. So I'm gonna take it off of Z, so it's not front and back anymore, and just figure out how I want the curve. So it feels like his spine would be kind of like this. Just like a, you know, like a regular little S curve. I think that looks pretty good. And for the his little leggies, let's take some spheres. And we might as well name these legs. Let's see, let's move it down. Okay, we'll stretch it. Let's move the body like maybe here. Because usually the head, a lot of the front part of the head, it's like more front heavy. So I think that looks pretty decent. Maybe also have to gauge like how tall he is. And also the legs look like they're, let's see, it's round here. and then the legs come off. So, oops. So it's a little tricky. Sometimes you have to really figure out the right like ratio of everything. But usually what I do is I just try to keep these shapes. Like for example, this round part, like I'm trying to sometimes I can't talk. I'm trying to keep this curve, this nice curve here. So I'll even bend this and just try to fit that in so that it has this nice curve. So that's sort of what I'm going for. And we'll probably give him a little butt just because everyone loves when you give characters butts. He kind of has a little cute butt here, but maybe we'll give him a little more. Sometimes I put a little butt just for the clicks, just for the views. I gotta eat. I gotta feed my family. I gotta feed my kids. I don't have kids yet, but you know what I mean. But it does look cute. Okay, so we'll just make it simple. We'll mirror. Oh, the mirror didn't work. Oh, maybe I didn't move it off center. There we go. Okay. Figure out how we want this to look. Yeah, those are decent buns, I think. I don't think they would be like really huge buns. There we go. I want it to be a little bit flat underneath, you know, you got to have a little bit of a shelf. Yeah, he's got to have a little money maker. Let's see, I'm missing a lot. The young one just got an iPad Air M2, so I can do 3D sculpting. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what I have. I have a M2, I believe, 2022. But even the 2021 worked really well. I enjoyed it. I wound up giving that to my nephew. Okay, so for his legs, I think maybe something like this. I kind of want a little bit more of the belly in front of the legs. So I guess I can either push it back, or I can just make it a little thinner. But let's take the belly and actually just move it. Okay, I kind of like that. We mirror it, let's validate it. Okay, now let me think about the shape of this leg. So they definitely come out. They're definitely a little wider. This back part, I'm going to push in a little bit. And I want to push in the inside is a little bit too, I need to make them a little thinner. And I'll move them out a bit. So let's go back to that view. It's always good to try and go back to that view. I'll update it and see what it's looking like. Okay, it looks okay. So it looks like what I need is pull this out more and down. Yeah, so something like that, I think, is a good shape. And now for the little foot, it's pretty simple. We can just do a sphere. We'll stick to one side for now. It's a little bit easier than trying to do the mirror. So I'm going to actually bring it out of the mirror, but I'm going to label this foot. And let's label the legs. Oh no, what is this? That is the legs, okay. It's important to label everything, otherwise things get really confusing. Let me make sure that I labeled everything here, actually. What is this? Oh, this must be the buns. So we'll name this little buns. I'm even going to name this buns. But it's so much easier when everything has a name. Trust me. He does have a little bubble, doesn't he? Okay, so this, it's kind of cool. Sometimes I do these, kind of reminds me of back in the day when I used to do a lot of comic book characters and stuff like that. And you kind of do the legs down. It's sort of like a perspective sort of thing. But it's kind of cool in design like this because they don't have to be standing on the ground. A lot of times I make my character standing on the ground because I like being able to use the shadow. I like being able to use the light bouncing off the ground. But it is also fun to have them not be on the ground. So let's figure out how we want this foot. It's definitely long and thin. So it'll be something like this. Okay, I probably should have I should have trimmed it first, but that's okay. Or I should have that's okay. So I'm gonna hit validate, and usually with these feet they start out thinner, or they start out with a lower profile, like towards the bottom, and then they're a bit more round on at the tip. Let's make sure that we're in local. I kind of did it a dumb way. So I'm actually going to delete it and just add another sphere and do it a smarter way. It just makes more sense to kind of do it a smarter way. So let's just make the same shape, very similar shape, but now we still have it with all its symmetry and everything. So first, what was I going to do? Let's validate it. Let's use move, and let's make this back end a little bit smaller. Sort of like the ankle. Let's make this bigger. The reason why I'm making move so large is because that will keep everything a little bit more smooth. So now I'll move that down and move this side up. Okay, okay, so we want something like this. We'll use trim, and now I can just do a regular trim like that. Let's voxel remesh it. Smooth it. See what it looks like. Okay, it looks pretty good. So now they also have like these feet. So I'm trying to think of how I want to even do that. Probably just do a regular crease might be the best thing to do. So we'll just look at the top, and we'll just concentrate on the middle one. Why does that look so weird? I don't know why the end kind of came out really strange looking. Oh, that's better. Oh, I kind of like that. I thought I would like it if it was bent in, like this last little bit going right instead of left, but it actually looks better going left, so I'm just going to go with it. That looks good. I want to audition. You like my use of audition? I want to audition making these a little more plump. Now that we've added that break line, just doing some regular smoothing or clay, and then just smoothing it out. And actually, you know what's smarter? We'll do the regular clay, and let's try remeshing it and then smoothing it. It loses so much. Okay, so we'll go back to before I remeshed it. Right now it is, yeah. So I went back to like when I just added the clay, and I'm just going to smooth because remeshing it took a lot away. It made it really soft, and I think it's going to be fine. So when I color it, I'm probably going to have to remesh it again anyway. Let's do it to 230. It's looking too bumpy. And as long as we have the line there, like I can always make the new line. I always try to do it so I don't have to go back and redo things, but sometimes you have to. So I'll just redo the lines again here. And then when I paint it, when I come back and paint it, I'll probably wind up having to use a darker color, kind of like something like this, and then you use the crease. And as long as you have this color, your tool will make it darker. So I'll do something like that at the end. That'll give the illusion of more depth. But now I'll just put this to white. So unsolo. I think that's pretty good for a foot. Okay, maybe a little bit smaller and just a little longer. Okay, it's not too bad. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I think I want to take move, and the only difference in mine is you can see that in the middle of his legs there's like a space, so they clearly go in. So this should curve. It shouldn't be. I essentially have the curve the wrong way. Let me make sure let's take symmetry off. We don't need symmetry anymore. So I just want to try to work on that curve. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now I just want to try to marry this up to the foot a little bit better. Okay, I think that works. Let's check out our view. It looks pretty good. And we can probably, there's lots of ways to kind of make it a little bit better, but I think for now it's good. Let's just label this foot. Okay. So he has a little... The belly definitely has to be out a little bit more. Okay, and this, maybe we'll make it a little bit... Oh, you know what? I think they might need to go a little bit higher. Make them a little bit higher, I think. Okay, so now let's try to concentrate on, his head is really big too, on the sweater. So a lot of people ask me about clothes, but I mean, really modeling clothes is just like modeling anything else. Like you just have to really just model the shapes. Zachy, yes, I love the eyelashes. I don't know where I picked that up from. Probably a lot of like, actually probably from when I first think of it, it's Disney. They always had like their eyelashes, and it was like always darker here. But they didn't necessarily all have the wingtips going out. I think a lot of the older, like more feminine characters did, like maybe Betty Boop, and like a bunch of the older characters may have had that. But I always like the darker bit here. Like just like you kind of do a line and then it gets really thick and really dark when you get to this round part. Oh, I guess I should do it here when you get to this round part. And I think maybe more modern artists, I saw a lot of those kawaii artists, they do those round things and they do the tip. So I kind of like merge those two things. I think that's kind of my style. I like to merge like kawaii aesthetic and like Disney stuff. But again, it's all like everything that you've seen since you're little that you just like. You know, that kind of becomes your it kind of becomes your style. I hate how lumpy this leg looks. So that's the only thing. This is what I don't edit out. Sometimes I edit this kind of stuff out when I'm actually filming the tutorials. And that's actually why I'm doing a lot more live streams, because recording the tutorials like alone, like all of my time goes to like editing. And it was just like I was doing so much editing, it was driving me crazy. Okay, so yeah, I like that. I think that looks pretty good. Is he a little too wide? He might be a little too wide. Let's take the body and let's just make him a little thinner. And then let's take the legs and the foot. Oh, wait a minute. How am I going to do this? Oh, no, I don't like that. We'll do this. Shrink it, maybe. I don't know how to... It's kind of hard when there's something... Oh, maybe I need to angle it a little bit more. I think that helped. I think the angle helps. I'm going to take the legs and push them in a bit. I like that. Okay, I like that. I like those shapes. Wow, he is stacked. Let's make this a little bit smaller. And actually, let's take the back and bring it in a little bit. And maybe make this a little bit flatter. And since we have the buns, I'm going to push this back part in. So we push that back part in. I think I like it. We're actually going to push the legs in on the back side a little bit too. I like that. Now this I can actually move in a little bit more. Maybe make it a little wider. I don't know. I don't feel like looking at the anatomy of a butt. That looks pretty good. Just a little cake. Okay, I like that. I like the shapes a little bit more. I think they're working a little bit better for me, so I like that. So let's take this and clone it. So we'll clone this. This is going to be sweater. So I don't know. Hopefully this will work. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger. So we made the body. And now we have the sweater, which I'm going to make bigger. I'll take trim, and you know, it looks like it's covering most of his belly, but it might go up a little bit in the back. So maybe something like this. I think that looks pretty good. We'll go ahead and voxel remesh it because it looks really jagged. So I'll remesh it and then just smooth it. That looks good. Okay. So now let's add a, let me do a quick save. Let's add a torus. But this is actually how I practice. That's another reason I do a lot of live streams too. I actually did a few little characters, just like kind of practicing. I did a few swords as well, just to practice. But like last night I was practicing a lot, but I was in there on the couch, just chilling. I should have done a live. Every time I don't record something, let me make sure this is straight. Okay, then I'm like, I wish I would have just did a live. Okay, so that looks pretty good. The only thing is I have to, actually the length is, how is the length? I think the length is pretty good. So we'll do something like that. So we'll go ahead and validate it, and we'll just use move, and then we can just adjust. We'll adjust this. We'll give it a little flavor. We'll make it come down. Okay, so let's figure this back part out. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is going to be white. So this is easy. I can leave that there and color it white. So that'll make it easy. So the butt, though, let's get rid of it over here. So let's move that in. The legs can attach to the butt. That's perfect. We'll move the legs out a little bit. That's good. Maybe we'll take the butt and just sort of validate. Oh yeah, so we'll do something like that. We'll do a quick save. So we'll take the buns and validate them. We can take the legs and, you know what, let's just validate them as well. So then we have the feet. I think I'm happy with the feet. Let's go ahead and mirror the foot. Oh, and his legs are a little bit open too. It's very important to figure that out now. And also, this is like looking a little wonky. But we can fix that. I don't like how wonky it is, but it'll be fine because I think we'll smooth it into the sweater as one piece. Well, the legs are a little boring, so let's take the legs, and I'm going to take the foot out of the mirror. All right, face top needs to go up. And the foot needs to go down by the leg. I'm just going to, oh, that's right, I did, so sometimes this happens where like I validate the mirror and then I want to adjust one of the legs again. So when that happens, I just do trim. Whoops. And I cut one of the legs. So then I just have one leg again. So I will do pivot. I'll go to the gizmo, pivot center. Wait a minute. Am I on the legs or no? I'm on the buns. Where's the leg? So here's the leg. So this will just be leg. So we just cut one and then just work from one leg. Pivot, center, pivot. That's good. Because now we can always just mirror it again. But what I want to do is move both the leg and the foot together. So I'll just nestle them. And then I can sort of figure out what I want. Okay, so it looks a little boring from the front. Yeah, I think they need to be open a little bit. Oh, I think that's much better. Just like opened up a little bit instead of so forward. Let's push it and just see what we like. I think I like that. We can actually take this leg. So now I'm just going to pull this part up, going into the butt. Yeah, that feels much better. We'll make that a little smaller here so it looks a little bit more natural. Okay, I think that's much better. So I don't know, I don't think I want so I think it's worth it for me. Oh, do I want to bend the foot though? I'm gonna clone. Do I want to clone? Let's add a mirror. Okay, so we add the mirror, And I think I want to validate, but uninstance. Because I think I want to move the other leg. I don't want them to be exactly symmetrical, I don't think. So I'm going to go yes. So now we have both of these separately. So this is going to be L leg. This is going to be L foot. I know looking at him it's the right foot, but if he was turned around, it would be the left foot. I struggle with that, which one to name it, camera right or like what I'm seeing. Actually, what I'm seeing is camera, but it's not like it's not his left foot. I'm just gonna stop. It's from all my years of like TV and film. What's up, Laura? They'll let you know. Yeah, this is Nomad Sculpt on iPad. I'm using iPad Pro, but I think it works on any iPad. Or at least it works on any. I got it first on my 2015 iPad Pro. The first iPad Pro that came out. That's what I used. What was I doing? R leg, maybe? Is that where I'm at? I'm going to stretch my neck. I don't like when my neck gets stiff. R foot. All right, let's do quick save. Before I get confused, let me just figure this out. Okay, so our leg, I'm just going to bring it out of this blue thing, this as well, and just get rid of this. One last thing to deal with. So now we have this leg. So this leg can be a little bit different. So it looks like this leg is, if we're looking at this view, this leg, oh, wait, there's still instance. Why are there still instanced? Did I not uninstance? I'm a little confused now. Why are they moving together? Wait, is everything moving? Oh, wait a minute. Left foot, left leg. So somehow, let me go back. Let's work this out. I have left leg and left foot. So the left leg, I'm going to go ahead and add a mirror. And then I'm going to validate it, and I'm going to uninstance. Yes. So now it has both of these. These should work independently. Okay, that looks good. I don't know why the other one didn't work. If I take these out, they should still work independently, which they do. Okay, good. So now the foot, I'm going to go ahead and add a mirror, and then I'm going to validate uninstance. Okay, so this is the, so now I'm going to nestle these again. This is the L, and I'll nestle this one. Now you guys saw with your own eyes, I uninstanced everything, and it better work as intended. There we go. Okay, so, God, I can't wait to fix that face. It looks so bad. It looks so weird at the moment. So, oh, that looks good. I love that. The head's a little big. I gotta make the head small. I can't look at it anymore. It's so big. Just want to make sure I have everything. So I'm gonna change the pivot. I'm gonna change the pivot to right here above the neck, because this part is the part that I don't want to move. So that's where you put the pivot. So now I hit pivot. So now when I make this smaller, it should just stay. Oh, I think that's a good size. Yes. Okay, that's a much better size. Oh, but now the body is like, you know what it is? It might be the ears too. The ears will give him a lot more space on top. Anyway, back to the leg. So if I go back to my view, this leg is is it not? There we go. This leg is a little bit kind of doing its own thing, and I like that. I might even stretch it a little bit and bend it back a little bit more. Oh wow, this leg really, I'm gonna have to trim that. So we'll do that. I want to take just the foot now, and even though I have it nestled, if I want to move just the foot, that's where this vertex thing comes in. You can go to the vertex and just hit object. So that's another way of dragging this out of unhierarchying it, unnestling it. So it's the same thing. So I just want the object. So I'm going to go pivot, center, pivot, so I'm on the object, and you can see that my pivot is bootleg. So I'm going to adjust it so that it makes sense. So I want to point this directly in the way that the foot is going, just like that. Maybe give it a little bit of a tilt. Okay, so now the pivot feels a lot better. So this foot is a little bit more down. Why does it feel a little bit longer? I'm going to shrink it a little bit. Make sure I'm on orthographic. I thought it was on perspective, because sometimes it feels like this is making it look longer, depending on how but even now it looks really long. Okay, I guess it is just perspective. Perspective, it'll definitely look different. It actually looks more like it matches with perspective on. Isn't that a bit weird? Anyway, I almost feel like they're reversed. But let's see how it looks. That looks good. Maybe I'll give it a little bit of a twist this way and a little rotation. And then maybe we'll take this one and just put it down a little bit more. Okay, that's nice. Just to give it a little, oh, this one is actually down a little bit further, but what do we think? And actually I might have made them all too big. Feet might be too big. Let's see what they look like smaller. Doesn't hurt to experiment. Okay. Do we like the smaller feet or the bigger feet? Let me know, do you like the smaller feet or the bigger feet? I can't really tell. I guess he has small feet in the drawing. But also in the drawing, this foot is even more facing down. Okay, so that looks more like the drawing, but what do we think? Smaller feet look better. Smaller feet would help push perspective a little bit. Smaller feet it is. Boom. I like that they're, see, I like that. I like that they're at different spots. It looks good. I always look at it from a 3D perspective, and I think that looks good. So let's take care of this. We'll use trim, and we will just, let's use a lasso, and we'll just trim this part of the leg. Let's see what our x-ray sees. We'll take this one and trim this. Okay, everything else looks good. What about the buns? I guess we can trim the buns. Why not? Trim the buns. Got to make sure that... Okay. Are these like one, is this one piece or two? Oh, it is one piece. All right, so if it's one piece, let me think. This will be a little bit higher, actually. Oh wait, let me see. I guess they would be the same. I guess I don't need to really adjust it. If one leg was back like really far, then I would hike it up a little bit, but I think it's fine. Sometimes I just like to overthink things. So let's do the sleeves really quickly. So we'll use path, and we have to do this new thing, which actually looks way worse for when I video edit, because I used to be able to do like dot 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 done. Now I have to do dot dot and then shape and then dot dot. I don't understand it. Not a fan? Not a fan. Okay, so this is way too big. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's kind of reassess here. So arms are always going to be a little bit, the shoulders are going to be a little bit towards the back, so I always do that. And it's got a little bit of a curve. I don't think I want his elbow to be back so far, so I'll bring his elbow up a little bit. So I think that looks pretty good. Okay, we'll mirror it. We'll make it a little thicker, but we want to make the front part thicker. Okay, so we'll do something like this, and now we can kind of just adjust it. Now, when I make the elbows go in, sometimes I like to do this little node here so I can pull that up. Let's increase, because I can see these little, I don't like when it's too pixelated. I think that's one of the reasons why I can't like sculpt in smooth shading mode for certain things. It just bugs me so much. Like other programs, like you can see, like they'll be sculpting and it's just like all pixelated. I hate it. I really hate it. Okay, so that looks pretty good. God, he's still so wide. Very wide. But I don't mind it that much, I don't think. Again, also it's the sweater. I'm gonna make this sweater a little thinner. I'm gonna push this in too on the sides. Maybe just push this in a little bit here. Push that in, and especially the body underneath, I can push in a lot. I just don't want them so thick. Okay, I don't mind that as much. I can work with that. Okay, so now for the, how do we want to do I want to do Torah size, or do I want to do, let's use a cylinder, and I'm just going to solo it. So let's firstly post subdivision up to 2 and bring this down. This is just to make the edges softer. You can make them dumb soft. And we'll go back to the options. Let's make it shorter, and we'll pull this in like so. I like it. I'm just going to validate it. Oh, you know what? I can put a hole too, can't I? I can do a hole, but I want the hole to be thicker. Maybe something like that. And I'm just going to clone it now. I'm going to make this T neck. Just going to copy it. Where's copy? I never try to really copy things here. Copy. Okay, so I'll clone this. And this one will be, oh, whatever. I thought I was going to have to mirror it, but I'm actually not going to mirror it. I could mirror it, but I'd rather not. So now we have this. We don't need the hole in this one. So I take the hole away. Why do I feel like the hole? Oh, wait. There we go. And then I'm just going to rotate it. But let's go ahead and do snap. Like so. So then we'll do this. But we don't really... Actually, yeah, that's fine, to be honest. But I can adjust this a little bit. It doesn't need to be the exact same. So I think I like that. So we'll validate this too. Unsolo. So we'll take both of these, make them a little smaller. Whoops. Move them up. Okay, so the bottom of the elbow looks like it's going right. The top of the, let's take it off of snap. So that's the only thing I have to really gauge, like where this should go. It actually looks like the body is still a little bit thick up here, so I'm going to make this smaller. And especially this body. Actually, that body I can probably just trim. So let's take X-ray. Wait a minute, oh, that's right, I moved the leg. Okay, I was wondering why this wasn't straight. I get really nervous about that. So now let's use a rectangle, and we're just going to trim about here for that body. And we'll also trim, I only need the front of it really, so you know what, it's fine. So let's take it off of X-ray. Just make sure that there's no like weird cuts. Doesn't look like there are, so I like it. I don't know when the last time it is I saved. Yeah, X-ray is great. When you think about it, like now that you've seen me use it, like X-ray is definitely super useful. And you've seen the way that I use it. It's very useful now. Especially, I can't wait to get back into printing, because then I can use it to make like the keys and the cuts. That'll be so much easier than having to set the material to blend and then making it like 20% so you can see through it. So that was a huge like upgrade. What's up, Star? Onikaze, I have a question. Do you remember a guy named Maurice? He said he worked with you at Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, I think we called him Mo, maybe. I mean, maybe they call Maurice as Mo, but I think so. Black guy. That's how I kind of found out about your art, Maurice. I know Maurice is kind of a black name, but is his last name Bird? I don't know why I'm thinking Bird. Maurice. Maybe that's him. But yeah, I definitely remember him. And is his last name Bird? Did I get that right? I mean, this is like 20 years ago. It's so crazy. But yeah, he was just like one of those dudes who was just like, everyone just like loved him. He was always just like a nice guy, super cool. Do I have any Abercrombie photos? Let me see if I do. I would do like the thing where you stand in the front with your shirt off and all that stuff. So like I would come in and usually do that for like 4 or 5 hours. I don't see him here. These were like a ton of the managers. This is when I was young and slender. I just got back from vacation, so that's why I was like so tanned. But I would just save like, oh, and these are my parents when they came and visited me in the store. This is when we would take photos for St. Jude's. So people would like, we would take photos in the front, and then people would like donate, and Abercrombie would match it. This is just some old modeling stuff. He would definitely remember him. I think his name was, oh, what was his name? I can't remember his name. But you can look back in the stream when he's around. You can look back in the stream. He'll remember all these people. My guy. These are some of my favorites, and I have the orange coat on. They should have let me keep the coat. I never got to keep it, but this was winter time, so it was actually freezing at the door, so it was great when I got to wear this coat. Tell him I said what's up, Star. Nice to meet you. Crazy blast from the past. That's so funny. makes my day. T-neck, T-neck. Yeah, that's so weird. It's so strange. So I want to give some more curve to his back. Because again, I think I'm going to bring this closer together a little bit. Okay, that looks all right. So the arms, maybe I'll just bring them down. I'll hit a line so I can just move things up and down. But I can still mess with this. So let's put this back into the body. Neighbors are outside. At least they're not so loud right now. Okay, kind of like that. So his arms are they're a little lower though. Let's see if we go to the view. Oh, actually that's not bad. That's pretty good. This one's a little bit different, so I think we might switch them up again as well. I'm trying to concentrate, but it's so hard when I hear people talking behind me. Okay, so hands. You know what? Let's do some of the face first. Let's kind of get the face a little bit more. So to make these little hairsies, we're just going to use kind of like spheres, and we'll probably just wind up just stretching them. So I'll put one here. I'll stretch it a little bit, but then I want to validate it and use move. And just kind of make it a little bit more. I want the top to be very round and the base to be a little thinner. So lots of room to like play around with this kind of thing. So, and also I might use smooth. Sometimes I use smooth if I want to kind of taper one side. I might voxel remesh it really low. And then, because it'll make it very soft, so then I can just like taper it with smooth a lot of times. So that's pretty good. I'll make it a little bit smaller. I still want it to be a little bit smaller at the end, so I'll just use this. Yeah, something like that. So it'll be kind of like that, even though I don't know why I bent it that way when obviously this is, oh, am I in a mirror? Of course I'm in a mirror. So we'll just name this hair puff. Oh, I'm trying to think. It actually looks like it might be bending that way. Actually, there's a few different ones. So I'm just going to smooth this out so everything is a little bit more even. I'll voxel remesh it a little higher just so it's not so weak. Smooth it again. And then we'll come back. There's like one like this. There's another one that it's similar, but it's not pointed up so much. So almost facing the other way. Maybe like that. But these are the things that sometimes take forever to sort of figure out how to like get these right. And then there's another one. Now I will probably fix these, but I want to just put them there for now. Or just put them in the general position. And you don't want them all coming out. Oh, do you have to be so loud? Drives me crazy. Pivot, center, pivot. Let's change this pivot. Take it off of a line. So I'm going to change this pivot just so I can make it a little thinner. Use move. But please check out my most recent TikTok, because I did a TikTok about how anytime I go live, it's like either the cat bothers me or the neighbors just become super loud. Like, I don't know how they know, but they know. They definitely know. Okay, so something like that I think would be good. Now there's some other ones over here. And you know what? Let's just make them. So these are the hairs. Let's just nestle these so they don't get lost. Let's add another sphere. We don't need it nestled. And let's just make these side hairs. And these are probably going to be similar on both sides. But we'll just stick with one for now. So make it small. And this is more, I think this might be able to be just stretched. So we'll do something like that. And they're going to be facing a little bit more backwards. Everything is going to be sort of in the same general direction as like the ears. The ears are going to be facing backwards a bit. So I want to make these little hairs facing backwards. We'll validate them. And let's use, is it X and Z? Let's go local so I can see see these things locally. We already have show line. I can see that half. I don't need that. So it looks like I just need Y and Z. Because anything I want tapping on the top, it can happen on the bottom and the back and the front. So now we'll use move. And I just want to make this a little wider, I think. And make this end a little bit smaller. Okay, something like that I think looks good. I'll give it a little bit of a smooth. Okay, that looks good. So I'm going to do a quick save. So now at least we have a little bit of the hair situation. You know what? I can go ahead and I'll add a mirror for now. Oops. But before I add a mirror, I have to go back and change these back to X. I'll put it to world so it goes on the other side. Otherwise, it'll just stay in place. So side hairs, I'll add a mirror. God, they're so loud. It's so hard to concentrate. So we'll clone here. Okay, we'll do that one down a little bit. We'll do this one up a little bit. Maybe make it a little thinner. There's another one there, so we'll clone this. We'll move it down. This one's really small. We'll make it stubby. We'll make it smaller. And we'll kind of put it like this. Maybe it's a little further back, a little further behind. So we'll do like that. Maybe we'll make it a little bit thinner. So something like that. We can always adjust them later on, but it's nice to have those there now. We'll probably use some of these for the ears. Actually, these might be, maybe these should be going in the ears. We'll figure that out too. So for the ears, I haven't done it in a while, so it might take me some time to figure out. Okay, so it was something like this. I would add, do I want to use a cylinder or a sphere? Let's try a sphere first. I honestly can't remember how I used to do it because I haven't done ears like this in a while. So I'm going to validate. I'll bring it over and up. Make it big. Squash it. Okay, what next? So there's a way to like move it, but I can't fully remember how I used to do it. Oh, I think it was like, I think I would go like this and then like this. So I'm like pushing it, but then also pushing it from the other side. Okay, so it kind of makes this shape similar to what we want. I'm going to go ahead and rotate this in a way that's easy for me to understand, like that. So now that I'm looking at it this way, I can just try and sculpt the shape that I see. Okay, Whoops. Okay, so we do have to push this back a little bit more. To make the ears kind of round. But the only problem is this side needs to be, it can't be too like puffy on this side because the ears are very flat. They're round, but they're very flat. So I think that actually looks pretty good. So I'm going to pull this part down to give us that sort of flap. I hope I don't have to do this like 100 times, but I think it looks okay. So I'm going to push this, and then I'm going to pull the, oops, I'm going to pull the edge down. Hopefully it'll work. It's not easy. I didn't do a great job, but essentially that's how I do it. Let's just see how it looks. Okay, so if I'm looking at, let's add this to 2. Okay, so now I can see everything that I've done wrong with this ear. Let's do pivot, center, pivot. So let's make it smaller. Let's rotate it, rotate it. We're seeing a lot of this. Now I'm going to do a line so I can just move it up and down. Okay, so mine looks like there's way too much space. Like if you look at the space between his head and that part of the ear, I have way too much space there. So I'm going to use that node, and then I can bring it over to hopefully make it closer. Okay, that actually looks decent. I feel like I do have to, this looks like a little bit more round here, whereas this is a little more sharp, so I'm going to try to make this a little more round. Oh, actually, I'll try to get that as round as I can. Okay, so it looks okay. It's not the greatest, but let's see what some smooth can do. So I'm going to take save, and sometimes when I have something very lumpy, like this looks very lumpy to me, sometimes you just have to smooth it out. So I'm going to box remesh it at 250, which is pretty high, but I want to keep the shape. I don't want to ruin the shape at all. I just want to smooth it enough that maybe it will even out a lot of these like lumpy spots. And I have a few other tricks for the lumpy spots as well. Okay, so that's decent. So let's try flatten. Let's try to flatten this edge. All right, let's see what that looks like. It looks decent. It's still not straight. I would love for this to be a little more smooth. And normally I wouldn't try to do it manually, but I don't feel like doing the ear again. Okay, that looks decent. It's not too bad. tilt this more. It's important to get that tilt. There we go. That looks nice. I probably didn't even need the flattening the edge, but it looks pretty good. It's good enough. Okay, so I'm just gonna make this a little bit longer here, just to give it more space on the bottom. I like it. And yeah, this hair might actually be in the ears, but it's really easy. We'll just take the side hair puffs and we can just move them back. Okay, so now he has some little ear puffs. Alright, so now I think I want to marry the face up to these cheeks a little bit more before I try to smooth it all together. Because I don't want to smooth it if it's so drastic of a difference. Okay, so, and also it's gonna have to, like when you do this part, like I have to get a slope for the nose, I think. So I'm gonna have to, I might use clay and just sub, and then just like sub down the middle. Something like that, and then just smooth it. And I might have to repeat that and do that a few times, but it's not bad. Let's do a quick save. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot going on in the comments, but I'm glad that everyone's like helping everyone out. I love that. Awesome. Love to see it. Let me take a little break. I just need some water real quick, so I'll be right back. I wish I had something fun that I could show you, but I don't think I do. Excuse me. Oh, my butt. Oh, my tuchus. Oh God, his face looks so bad right now. What's up, Krez? Good to see you. What's up, Mel? The honeybee? I love it. Okay, so the face looks good. This looks like the front part of his nose. I would normally use a cylinder. But do I want it? I could probably just use a sphere, but I think let's try cylinder first. So I'm gonna go here. Oh, this is the ears, or the essers, and then we'll do cylinder for the nose. We'll go ahead and snap it forward. I don't know why I'm always addicted to snapping things forward, not just turning them forward. Now the nose should help this character a lot because he looks crazy without a nose. Okay, so let's say we do something like that. Or should I use a... So let's shape this first. So I'm going to bring them closer together like this. And I'm going to validate it. And let me think about what shape that is. It's almost a similar shape as the nose. So left and right, and we want front and black, front and back. Yes. So maybe a little bit smaller and rounded at the top and a little bit wider at the bottom. And you know, I might be able to get the nose out of this too. Yeah, let me just clone it and hide it. So I think that might be a decent shape. I'm just going to put it back to just having X. Oh, you know, I should have, it's useful, but I hate that I can't shrink it. All right, so let's see about the size. Oh, actually I can still shrink it, can't I? So I know it's going to be smaller than this, but I want to make it, I still want to taper it, so let's use the select mask. And what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, am I still an object? Does that have something to do with it? Yes. Okay. All right. So I still want to taper it. So I'll taper it that way, even though it's a bit bootleg, but it's better than nothing. So I'll clear the mask, and let's go ahead and smooth this down. Okay, it's still straight, so that's good. I'm using that smooth to taper again, although I have to be careful because I don't know how much I actually want to taper it. Okay. I want to make sure it's high. I usually don't like noses if they're too low. So his nose has a bit of a curve in it, like so. Oh, it feels like it's too small. Okay, starting to get somewhere, I feel. Let's take this. And now with this kind of nose, even though this isn't like a regular mouse nose, I usually just like doing noses the way I like doing them. And that's kind of like, they all have like dog noses. And that's just how I do it. Okay, perfect. So let's just turn this off and just stretch this. I don't know how long I want it, but let's just smooth it for now. See what we got. So let's move it into position and just see how it looks. Okay. Let's take move and let's pull the front part forward. I like that. So now we'll just continue. We'll make this a little bit shorter here. Okay, and usually in dogs, I think the nose comes a little bit up here. Or it could be the reverse, but I don't remember. But let's smooth this so they're a little more joined up. Either way. Okay, and now this is round. The edge of this is round, at least in the drawing. until I want to change it, but I think I'll just leave it how it is now. So I'll just make it a little more round by pulling this out. Got to be careful not to do too much with the move too small, or else things will get sort of lumpy. And we already know that I hate lumpy sculpts. So I'm literally just trying to match the drawing. Okay, that looks decent. He's a little bit more of a curve, and I think I like that. I think I like that curve. So I'm actually going to try and push that a little bit more, because it's things like that. It's things like the curve. Like his nose is like curved so much, and sometimes those details are really what makes like a character special. And it's hard to do because sometimes it doesn't feel right, or it might not actually look right. But that's what makes the drawing look the way it does. It's like those little things. I don't think I meant to make it curve that much, but that's also the beauty of drawing from or sculpting from a reference. Oh, is this an ant? What is crawling on my leg? It's summertime and the ants just like... Luckily there hasn't been too many ants in my in the apartment. Let's make this a little shorter. We'll make it a little shorter. It looks like it might be tilted a little bit more than I have it tilted. Yes. See that silhouette? You got to be able to turn everything off. Oh, I don't even have my lights on. How can I get to, if I change it to lit PBR, and turn this off? See, I always want to have a nice silhouette. It's very important, you know? And like even this, like you see, like it's like thin, and then this is like bigger, and this is bigger. Nice curves. So like these curves and stuff like that, like they all, if you can like look at like a profile of your character and it has a really nice silhouette, 9 times out of 10 it will look really nice, even if the proportions are wrong. If the silhouette looks good, then usually things will look pretty good. So if you get stuck with something, or you don't know how to make something, figure out how to make it, but then also check your silhouette. Okay, so let's turn the lights back on. Let's go back to good old matte cap. Shout out to Shane Olson for letting me know that for like the first ton of videos I was saying matte cap, because I guess whenever I looked at it, I thought it was matte cap. I really thought it was matte cap. Okay, so let's figure out these cheeks. In the eyes. The nose looks okay. I like the nose. I'm okay with the nose. Let's do a quick... Oh, I didn't mean to add a box. I meant to do a quick save. And then I meant to add... So this is the snoot. Forgot to label everything. This is a snoot. This is the nose. Back up, back up. So let's add another sphere, and this will be the... we'll just call it a muff. I don't know what else to call it. Lower jaw, mouth-ish spot. I'm actually not sure what it's going to be. But I think it's going to be something like this. So let's stretch this out a little bit. That looks good, actually. We'll stretch that out. Maybe we'll clone it. Let's validate it, and maybe we'll clone it. And maybe we can fashion out some, like a lip from this. Make it smaller, flatter. Let's just see what we can do. Okay, so it looks like we probably need to do this. It's a little wide, so we'll make it smaller. No, it doesn't look good. I'm not sure how I want to do the mouth. I mean, that actually looks decent. That looks like how I have it in the drawing. Let's see, maybe bringing it out a little bit more might help. Let's use move and let's manually try to move the... Okay, so I don't really, I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not really that sure why. So that's what we have to figure out. Okay, let's try, it could just because this is more squarish and this is more round. So let's try first making this a little bit more of the same type of shape. And let's try and maybe this just needs to be more connected to it. So let's try that. Okay, so let's see. I don't really like that too much. Let's take it off of a line. Okay, so I don't like it, so I'm just going to delete, I'm going to delete the duplicated one. I don't mind the way that looks. Oh, gotta be careful. That's the worst. When you accidentally hit other parts of the mesh, it's my worst fear. So let's make sure that we're on here, and let's just kind of make this like a mouth type area. Okay, so I like that. If I was gonna make the mouth open, I would probably just like go like that or something. Which I like. Oh, now they got the music going outside. Let's see what happens if I add some clay around here. We just need to figure out that bottom lip. I like that. Maybe we can just add crease underneath. No, that looks a bit weird. That makes it weird. Okay, so I think I do like this. Oh, I think okay, I have more ideas. So let's try taking this part and actually making, it could just be because this is going all the way up. Are there cherries on that tree? What is that? I'm seeing something in the reflection. What if I bring this down? That could be what was hindering me from liking that. So let's spread this part out. I think that's what I was missing. Okay, I don't mind that actually. I think it looks pretty good. So let's pay attention to this curve that goes up to the forehead. So I actually want to make sure that this is nice and curved up. Okay, that looks good. That's going to go right into that forehead. Okay, so let's take this and let's suck in the eye sockets a bit more. Should be able to do that with move. And just give them a little more depth. If I can get in there. Yeah. Okay, so a little more depth. The eyes, I'm going to clone these. Let me do a quick save. I'm going to clone these eyes. Again, it's doing that like double. And I'm going to change one of them to P1. P1 I just use for pupils because they're in the right spot for the pupils. But I'm going to hide them for now, and I'm going to take the eyes. Actually, this should be eye whites. So that should be eye whites. And these are obviously just going to be the whites of the eyes. I'm going to bring this out of the mirror so I can just work on it alone and not have to worry about the other one. So let's stretch it and then turn it. Okay, so let's move it back a little bit. It looks a little bit big. Let's make it a little smaller. We'll rotate it a little bit. It's sticking out quite a bit, so let's push it in more. Okay, that looks a bit better. And another thing that I'm thinking is I might want to adjust, or maybe I won't do it yet. I'm thinking of, but here's what I'm thinking. Oh, actually, it's just one piece. So I can probably just turn symmetry off, because I'm thinking of making this one a little bit higher than the other one, like that. But I'm not 100% sure. So I'll just leave it for now because I can do it later. Okay, that looks okay. That looks all right. So now I want to figure out how I want to... Let's take flatten. I'm going to turn symmetry back on. And I just want to figure out this space here. So I might make flatten really big and see what this looks like. I think I like that better. But what's interesting is it doesn't look like the... Oh, it's because I don't have the eye there. Okay. I was going to say, like, why does it look different than the other one? So I think that looks pretty good. I think I like it. I think it's time to start getting serious about these cheeks. Let's bring in the other eye. So let's take the... Where's the eye? Oh, here's the eye. I'm going to plug it back into the mirror. And then... So in order for these cheeks to work, the cheeks are really supposed to be at the bottom part of the eye, I believe. And I'm going to squish them a little bit. Now I'm kind of just looking at like cute factor. So that looks pretty good. I think another thing that I'm missing might be the cheeks also connect like above the little snoot. So I'm going to try to take this and marry that together. I think that makes sense. Pull this out a little bit, maybe. So I think that makes sense. I don't know. I think less pointy. I'm also going to push this down maybe a little bit. I like it. I like it. The eyes look a little bit big, but all in all, I think it looks okay. Because we can always fix the eyes. But I think I like that. There also should be... There's usually like a narrow point in between. And I know like it's not a human, but... That's kind of... It's always my base. So when I'm thinking of things, I just think of like that anatomy. So, for example, I think this might need to be a little bit more narrow. Yeah, that feels a bit better to me. So let's just go ahead and we'll take this part of the head. So we'll take the face. Actually, let's validate these parts that we're going to join together. And I'm going to take it off of an instance. So now we have the cheek, the face. What else? Oh, do we want to do the snoot? I think we do. It's either that or we do the snoot and the other things separate because they're a separate color. I could paint them a separate color, or I can... Yeah, I think I'll just paint them a separate color. It'll cause the file to be a little bit bigger because the paint has to be... You know what I mean? In order for paint to look good, it kind of has to be high res, but I think that'll be better than trying to keep that separate. So, what did I call that? Muff or something like that? So what is this? So this is the problem when I don't label everything. Okay, so let's do the snoot. We'll just do the snoot for now. Or maybe I should do the whole head. Should I do the whole head? Let's do the face top as well. So that's the lower jaw. We're not going to do the nose. We're not going to do the ears yet. But let's just see what happens. So I'm going to save in case I get a crash. And then I'm going to voxel remesh this together at like 300. We'll go big. And we'll see what it looks like. Okay, so now let's make it all one. Symmetry is on because everything is still symmetrical. So now we'll just smooth and hopefully it will just start to look beautiful. And nice and smooth. Don't want it to look like lumpy cheeks. I want it to look very, very smooth. But I'm not too worried about it because I'm sure that I will be remeshing again because I'll probably remesh the ears on the face. Okay, I'm loving that. I think it looks really good. And I actually don't know if I even need to merge the bottom part of the mouth. I wouldn't mind that separate, if I'm being honest with you. So the other thing is I want to take crease, and that's the only thing, is this has to be, that makes it a little bit more difficult. Let's take drag so I can just reposition that. I just want something like this. So that looks good. And I'm going to use drag and I'm going to turn sideways so I can maybe just give it a little bit more depth. All right, let's use smooth and then try to make it look a little bit more natural. Here we go. See, it kind of matches up a bit. Oh, I always get so weirded out when I look back and I see the same comment that I saw. So hopefully everyone's still there. Okay, so this looks good, but now that we kind of moved that space around, do I want to just, I think I want to keep it separate. But in keeping it separate, I think I'm going to make this a little more round. Okay, so I'm just going to smooth it out a little bit. You know what, let's just keep it how it is for now. It looks good. Oh, I don't really like... You know what? It has to go up into that space though, I think. Or else it'll look funny. Trying to push this down a little bit. That's the only thing, is it really has to go into that space. So there's a thing that I've been doing where I've been really trying to figure out how to get parts to touch other parts but still be voxel remeshed together. So we might as well just try it. I'm gonna try it. I've been doing it a lot because sometimes it just, things have to be a certain way. Let's put on X-ray so we can just see what's going on behind the scenes. So first I'm just gonna trim off this back part, and then I'm gonna trim off here. Okay, so now we just have this piece, and I'm gonna use select mask. I think I'll use select mask and lasso. So if I lasso, oh wait, no, that's not right. Let me think. No, I think that could work. Let me try to lasso this and move this down. So I'm going to rotate it and move it down. I'll even move it out a little bit. So I actually don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. I know it looks really destructive because it is, but so now I'm going to clear it, and I'm going to, let's find the head. Okay, so this is the head. Let's rename this head. Okay, so this is the low jaw, and I'm gonna just subdivide it twice. So I'll take both of these and voxel remesh them together. Okay, so now we have something like this. So I'm going to smooth this part out. And then I'm going to take... I've been actually meaning to make a video about this, but it's a bit hard to explain. So now I'm going to do this. So I protect that part. I'm probably going to need to protect a little bit more. And then I'll just take move. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and just get all of this that we don't want messed up. Move tool. Okay, so now everything else is protected, and then I'll take move. And just bring that up. So now that it's touching, but it's not it's not like soldered together and giving us like, that look. You guys all know when you try to remesh something, and the only problem with this, and I should have thought about it before doing this, Oh, actually, I have an idea. So I'm just going to go back. I'm going to hit undo. Maybe I can leave the mask. I don't know. But let me do the other ear, because once I move that lip up, I'm not going to be able to voxel remesh the head again. So I have to figure out what I actually want to be connected to the head and what isn't, which is a little annoying. I could come back to the mouth, but at least right now we can see if it works. So we'll take the ear, we'll add a mirror. Okay, we'll validate the head. Okay, so that doesn't look good. Oh, did I validate the ears? No, we have to make sure that the ears look good. Yeah, I mean, that actually looks good. It doesn't look good in the front, but I'm not sure what I can do about that. Pivot. Oh, you know what? I can just use a line. That looks better from the front, but let's see what it looks like from this. Oh, it looks good there too. See, this is actually wrong, because you really wouldn't see that much of the back part of the ear. But I think this looks good in the front, and that's more important to me. It needs to look good from all angles, so I'd rather just do that. I'd rather just use the front side as well. Okay, so let's take drag, and I just want to drag this into the head, just to give it more of that connecting connective tissue. Okay, so I think that looks good. Do I want to voxel remesh any of these? Maybe like one of them. Like maybe this one. Head. The ears we can validate. Let's do a quick save, and then let's voxel remesh all this together. I don't think there's anything else I need to add to the head. Oh, a neck. Does he need a neck? Now the neck I could probably pull down from the head. So let's voxel remesh this and just see what happens. I'm gonna do 340. We're gonna try to keep it gangster. Okay, so that looks good. So now let's go ahead and finish up this part. Now that we have the ears, we can just use move, and we can move this part up again and do any shaping that we need, although I think it looks pretty good. I don't think I need to do any shaping really. Oh, I was supposed to go to Uniqlo today, wasn't I? I guess I can still go. What time is it? Oh, it's already 6 o'clock. I gotta pick my fiance up from the airport later. But I do have time. Okay, I like that, just like kind of like a normal simple mouth. I like it. Let's get rid of this mask, and then let's take smooth and just clean this up a bit. Even a little bit there. Okay, still looks good. So we can take the crease, and hopefully we'll do a little bit now. I'll probably have to go over this a little bit more later. So we'll take the crease there. We'll do the little drag trick where we take drag and actually pucker that sucker. Pucker it in. And then we'll smooth it. I don't know if I should voxel remesh again. Sometimes the clay just gets really soft, and even if I was to voxel remesh again, I don't think it will help it too much. and it voxel remishes the mouth. So that's definitely a no. That's a no for me, dog. So we'll crease it. Okay, and then I just want to lightly smooth. So you know what we'll have to do is, again, we'll use a darker color. When I color it, I'll use a darker color there, and that will work. The other thing that I might do, and this is probably a better plan, let me smooth this out even more, is I'll probably take a tube and put a black tube all in there, so then it looks like depth. That's the move. The what's up, Karsten? Good to see you. Thank you all for swinging by. I appreciate it. Makes the live streams nice and fun. Even though I haven't been talking, but at the times I've looked, everyone's been like answering the questions that I'm failing to answer, and I love that. And again, this file is on my Patreon, so if you want to like go back and try to do this sculpt, you can just get the file from my Patreon for free. All right, let's check out. Let's see if I can pull this a little bit. I might want this bottom. Wait, why do I feel like nothing's happening? What's going on here? Oh, it is. I think I might just want it a little bit flatter down there. We need some sort of neck. What is that? Oh, that's the turtleneck. Okay, so I think I want to, I think I might need the head a little bit bigger. Let's do a quick save. So nose, side hairs, P1, we'll take those as well. Eye whites. Wait, what is this mesh? Oh, that's the crotchal area. So let's see if we do the head a little bit bigger. We'll move it up. Oh, that looks good. Let's move it forward a little bit, and maybe we'll tilt it down some. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, that looks nice. I like it. So let's take this turtleneck, both of these turtlenecks. So let's take the top one, and we can probably start using move actually for these, just to make this a little bit looser. And they don't have to be, I'm going to take symmetry off because this turtleneck doesn't have to be symmetrical. Okay, and we'll take this one and we'll just kind of pull that off as well. And let's take it off symmetry, and I actually want to raise it in spots where it would be where there's other things like the shoulder. So we'll just kind of raise that up a little bit, and just to give it some flavor. And shout out to my Patreon paying members. There was one member who wanted a little snail guy that was like a random little print that I did. So anything that anyone wants, like if they want particular prints, if you're a paying member, just let me know. I will try to find that file and just upload it. I've been uploading a lot, but there's always like other ones that people might want to print that I just haven't uploaded because it still, takes a while to like find the files and make sure they're the right files and all that nonsense. So shout out to my Patreon members. I've just really gotten started with that, but it's been cool. I think I have like 5 or 6 of them now. But yeah, all my projects, like this will go up on Patreon. I think I might try to make him into some sort of it might be cool to make him like a little backpack, but like the backpack doubles as like a keychain or something like that, because the person who I gave the snail to, they printed like a little keychain out of this little snail, and it looked awesome. So I'm trying to think of ways. Obviously, I can't really stand him up, so I'd have to think about. But a keychain might be good for him. Might be a good way to display this if someone was to print it. Oh, that's right. I did the hair too, didn't I? That was a nice move. Now the other hairs are kind of hidden behind it, so I actually don't mind that at all. think that looks cool. All right, what else we got here? So the eyes look pretty good. I'm trying to see if they look too bubbly, but I don't think they do. Let's do a quick save. And let's use a tube. Oh, here we go. People outside. Let's see. Of course, we have to do one. We have to do 1, 5, and then press, and then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. I hate it. We'll do snap. Snap it out. Okay. So we'll go down. Whoop. We'll try to do a little wingtip, like I always do. So now we'll just take the radius. I like to do all the radius eyes. Make sure you take it off snap so I can bury it into the side or into the skin. So we'll make these bigger. We'll make another one here. We'll make it bigger. And this one we'll make small. Usually we can make a nice little wingtip. You know how I do. But this actually doesn't need to be going into the skin. This can be coming out. Let's see, this can be, let's pull this part out a bit. Make that sharper. Okay. I think that looks good. Is it, maybe it might be a little bit too much. Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit more subtle works for me. So let's go back to this side. And I want to just bury it into the skin. It's a bit difficult to get to. Maybe I'll add another node here. There we go. That looks pretty good. And that's it's a little weird looking. Oh, but you know what? It might just be the eye. It might be the eye. Let me take the eyeball and just kind of move it in a little bit. Yeah, I think that's better. Nice. So let's go back here and let's mirror the... Oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. So my guess is I must have so if I mirror this and it's not showing, that means that it's here though. I can kind of see it a little bit. It must mean when I was pushing this part of the head up, I must have not reset it to the perfect spot. But that's okay, because we're going to push forward. And here's how I'll do it. So we'll clone. Let me think. We'll clone. I'll hide it. We'll take this tube. And first I want to see if I want... Oh, I'm loving the way that these look lately. Might want to twist it so it's at like the exact spot that I want. Oh, what do we think of that? Okay, let me just validate it and take a look. That looks nice. I can't tell if I like this better than the round part. I also don't like how uneven it is. Let's see if I can just fix it. Oh, I think I like that. I think that looks profesh. Okay, so I like that. So I'm going to take this and validate an uninstance. So now we should have 2 of them. So let's deal with this one. Let's see if we can make this one. I'm going to take it out of this. Okay, so now let's do pivot, center, pivot. So it's right in the right spot. And if we move it up, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So all I should have to do is line it up. Let's use a little circle in the middle to kind of move it freestyle. I just need to figure out the best way to make it work. That's pretty close. It's pretty close. Let's rotate it a little bit. It's pretty good. And maybe we'll just use move and just sort of pull it out a little bit more on that side. And maybe a little smidge here, which no one is going to see, but again, I'm just like, I can't help it. Okay, I like it. So let's try inflate, and maybe we can make a little bit of a lower lid. So we'll see how it works with inflate. I might have to use clay. And I might not even like it, but we'll see. What do you think? I mean, I kind of like the lower lid. I mean, he has lower lids. I kind of like it. I need to take it off of symmetry, though, because these are definitely not symmetrical somehow. Tubes, so for things that are straight, tubes are the worst. So if I wanted to make something straight with a tube, if I really had to, usually I don't. Usually it's on a curve, so it's fine. But if I needed to make something straight, I would just add a plane and then use snap. Because if you add a plane and then you use snap and you make your tube, it will snap to that plane. So it'll be snapped to the plane. So then you'll know it'll be straight. So like if you wanted it to be, you know, just like facing you and you want it to be straight like this way, then just make a plane, flip it, and then just do your curve. And as long as it's on the surface, then it'll be fairly straight. So that's what I always do if I need to do a straight tube. But it's really annoying. I wish there was a way to, like for example, like if you could just do a cylinder, but then you could add nodes in the middle, that would be perfect. Because then you would know that it would be like absolutely straight. So that is something that's kind of always annoyed me as well. All right, these look good. They're looking real good. Let's do some little thingy mabobs that I always do. I call them eye dots, but they're not always dots. But if you look at any like canine, canine, but any sort of animal like that, they always have those spots. Or even like your cat might have a different color like spot here and it has hair growing out of it, or your dog has a little different color spot. That's kind of like what I've gotten it from. So I'm just going to name it eye dots, just so I'm not confused, since I always know what that is. Maybe drag is better for this. We'll try a small move. So usually it's like, so I'll do one that's round and curved. Okay, so let's do this one forward. So something like that. And then let's do another one. And let's take move. Oh, I think I have to take it off of symmetry. And this is kind of just like, I'm just kind of cheating. Usually this would be just one piece together, but I'm kind of cheating a little bit. Yeah, that's like the exact shape I'm looking for. So let's just take these and we'll just join them. And I want them to be kind of flat on the skin. Let's check the position. So they look good, maybe just a little bit smaller, very subtle. Okay, perfect. So we'll take the eye dots, we'll add a mirror, and we'll call the mirror eye dots. We'll do a quick save. It was easy enough. Did I? No, I didn't. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, is this the other? Wait, what is this? Oh, that's right. That's when I was working on the other eyelash. So we'll get rid of that. Let's open up the pupils again. So we'll go to the spheres. We'll validate them. So we'll just make them smaller. And usually I just do pupils as like just little round spheres on the surface. Well, this might be a little difficult. Probably what I should have done was make the eye white. I should have probably made it a little bit more flat, so that would allow me to have a flatter pupil. Because I want a wide pupil, but it's a bit hard to do that. It's a bit hard to do it now. And manually making it wide might not be the answer, but let's give it a shot. That actually doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad. But it would have been easier to flatten out the eye whites. But I kind of like the way that looks. I didn't really check what happens if I make it thinner? His eyes are a bit thinner. I mean, I think it actually looks decent. So we'll leave it for now. I noticed that I didn't smooth this. Actually, this is all details I can probably do later on after the stream. What else is a pressing matter? Oh, the hands. The hands, the hands, the hands. Everything else looks pretty good, honestly. Pretty happy with everything else. So let's just do a quick hands. Well, you guys, I'm sure, saw my hand tutorial. His hands are very boxy, so we'll start with a box. And we'll label it hands. Or, yeah, we'll label it hands. That's fine. So we'll move it up. And we'll just do it right up here. So we'll flatten it. We'll make it a little smaller to start with. Okay, so he's got his little palm, so this will be the palm. And I'm gonna make it round, more round. Okay, so now it's round, so I'm gonna go ahead and validate. Yes, yes. Okay, so now we'll do I want to do tube or do I want to do just like, I don't know. Let's use clay and let's make, turn symmetry off and we'll do the ball of his hand. I don't know if is that actually the ball? I just always assumed that was the ball. But I actually don't know, so don't quote me on it. Okay, so we made the little thingy. for his hand. That was terrible. We'll smooth it out. Okay, so now let's take, let's just use the tube. It'll take a little bit longer, but the tube is like the way to go, really. So we'll do this. We'll do this. For the thumb is always a little bit in like that. It's always tilted in. We'll go back to these settings. Let me sit back so I don't hurt myself. Okay, so we'll go back here. Okay, now can I remember what I have to remember, like what I did in my finger tutorial. So I think it was this to 2. Even though we're going to make it kind of squarish. Let's bring this down. Let's check out the profile. Let's twist it. Let's check out the radius size. So this obviously would be bigger here. Let's see. I kind of just want to do round fingers. I think I just want to do round fingers. Okay, and that looks pretty good. But I want to make sure that I'm, I think I might want to turn it a little bit this way. Because I think sometimes I angle it a little bit too much. And why is it just so small? Okay, that looks decent. But again, it's like I'm doing, the hands are a little bit too, I really have to be careful when I'm doing the hands because I want them to maintain that like kind of cartoony look that they actually have. So turn twist off. We don't need twist anymore because we're just going to do them round. Okay, so I think that's a good start. So let's just keep it moving. So now we'll take the gizmo and we'll move this up. Honestly, it's probably easier to just start with a new finger. So let's start with a new tube. Because these fingers are really, they're really simple fingers. Am I in a mirror? Butt monkey. Hands, this is the thumb. Tube, this is the, we'll just do F, how many fingers does he have? We'll just do F4. You guys remember the video game F-Zero? Yeah. Okay, and his little fingers are kind of like, they're a bit curved. Let's do 2. Let's do 5 and 5. That's usually my magic number for kind of roundish. But yeah, like someone was saying, tubes can get a bit annoying for sure. Okay. But that looks good. This one is, so I like when the pinky is curved the most. I like when the pinky is curved the most. We'll clone it, move it over. And then the fingers have that nice little like cascade. something I always did when I would draw. So they have that nice cascade. So one more finger. Let's move this over a little bit. And then we'll clone it. We'll move it over. And this one can even be a little bit less of a curve. Okay, and let's make this one, well, let's make the pinky a little smaller. You always got to respect the small pinky. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. The hand is quite big. So let's make the hand a little bit smaller. Move this up. Okay, so thumbs are always tricky. So let's think about it. So okay, but I think this looks pretty good. It's like it's so difficult, like if a hand, oh yeah, that looks okay. I know it looks like it's curved out weirdly, but usually the pad for our thumb is usually, unless it's like this, then the pad is usually out. But let's see, if I was like this, if I had my hands like this, the pads are out. So the flat part should be out. It shouldn't be facing the palm. Okay, so the only thing weird about it is that it still looks weird because you can't really get this spherical, which I think it's so weird that it's not just an option to just make the end of a tube whatever shape you want. Like you can kind of do it now, like you can change the, you can use the profile. I don't know, maybe you can use the profile for this. I don't know. But I don't think so. I never really try. I guess I'll try it on one of the other fingers. Okay. So we'll just make this a little bit more flat. We'll straighten that out a bit. That looks good. Maybe we'll pull this down a bit. Okay, does it look sufficiently round and cute enough? That's the real question. It's a little far out. But I think that looks decent. Okay, I think that looks good. So let's take these, and like I said, let me just check. That looks weird. Let's do this and this. No, it still doesn't make it. Still doesn't make it round. I don't think. No, it doesn't make it any more round. I didn't think so, but so we'll validate these, and oh wait, did I want to make this side smaller and this side more plump? These are the things I think about. I think I like that. I have to be careful when merging these together though, because now they're a little close to each other. Maybe we can do that trick like we just did before, but I'm not 100% sure if it'll work. So I'll make them a little thinner. I'll try to give them a little bit more space in between each other, so that when I voxel remesh them, hopefully they won't. Or maybe I can shift them together. I don't know. Let's just validate these fingers. So we'll validate those. How did this finger get so fat though? It's like the fattest finger. It's like comically fat. Okay, so usually what I do now is I'll take, maybe flatten and just kind of prepare the hand so it's not looking so super crazy when I 20% battery. How? You're plugged in, bro. You're plugged in. Are you not plugged in? It's definitely plugged in. Oh well, we'll see. If I disappear, then I'll just disappear. But it is plugged in. What's up, Gray? KO. Will you add a lower eye lip on the outer corner of the eye? Probably not. I think he's cartoony enough where I don't really think he'll need that much. I don't think. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe, but let's see. Hi Dave, do you have some VR headset? Adobe have cool app for PC and VR modeling, Substance 3D Modeler. You can try it. I think you will like it. It would be cool to try. I don't think it would be that worth it for me because everything that I make now I have to be able to record, and like I have to. So it's just like it would be cool, but I can't imagine having that on the whole time while I'm working. Again, it might be awesome, but everything that I do now I focus on recording. So yeah, so that probably won't work that well for me. But I can't imagine having. How long have I been streaming for? 2.5 hours? I don't know. I can't imagine having that on my head. But I would definitely love to try it. I think it would be cool. But I don't know how I'd integrate it and like be able to. Because like literally everything that I buy now, not everything, but you know what I mean. Like it has to be. Like for example, I want a dedicated like PC now for Blender because I do so much Blender stuff. But the reason for that is like when I have things going on I use an M1 Mac Pro. It's just not. I mean, it just takes forever for things to render, and I also have to. Do I like the shape of this? I do like the shape of it. So everything I buy now, and I have to be able to integrate it into my classes and tutorials, because that's like my full-time thing. So if it's not live, then it's Skillshare, and I can imagine like maybe doing some sort of tutorial on how to use it or how to sculpt, but I can't imagine making like a sustainable amount of tutorials like using that or doing live streams. So I probably wouldn't be able to use it too much. So we have hands. So we'll do the thumb. We'll do. You know what we'll do first? Let's look at his hands. Are they pretty much the same? I mean, they're pretty much the same. Yeah, let's just do them. Let's just do them the same. So if I box remesh them all, we might get some pulling in here. I don't know what the actual term is, but we'll try it. I'll do it at 220. Let's do a quick save. I'll do it a little bit more, just so it's not trying to stretch. Okay, good. It didn't stretch. I probably could have subdivided the fingers more. Let's see how difficult they are to. Oh no, they're not difficult at all to smooth. Oh, I forgot one crucial step, so we'll use a small move. And I want to make these fingers a little bit more round and pudgy. Yeah, that would be so great. Just like just like the option. I mean, honestly, I think a tube it should be like it should just be an option to have a tube, the end of it be a sphere or flat. To me, that seems very logical. Kind of like how you can do a cylinder. Oh, why does this not look round? You can do a cylinder and have like a hole. It should be, maybe there is. Maybe there is and I just don't know it. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so this finger's fat. So let's smooth this out. Actually, I want to vox remesh it again. A little bit lower. And now we'll smooth. So now I just want the hand to look nice and smooth. Oh, you know what else I should have done? I'm going to use the move tool and just... You always want to give the hand a little bit of a bowl type effect. I'm going to vox remesh it even lower so that it will smooth more, because I can see that I didn't do a great job of kind of making everything a little like match up, you know, like this. And I think that looks a bit better with those parts matched up. Take symmetry off and just make this a little bit more round at the bottom there, and just kind of smooth everything else. And it's cartoony, so it's okay that it's round. And just I want to try out if I was to do that same thing that I did before. So let's say no, I think I might want to leave let's leave that. Let's take move really big and just move this part over. And this finger still looks quite big, so I'm going to move it back a bit. Clear. Now hopefully I can just clean this up with smooth. But you see, that's the only way to get it so that they're touching, but they're not merged together. I don't know how the people do that in like ZBrush or other apps. Like I don't know if in ZBrush if you can merge, but you can protect parts of it. So if anyone uses ZBrush, I'd be very curious to let me know. That's the only thing that I've seen in ZBrush, characters that have that, things touching, but they're not merged. That's the only thing I'm jealous of. Okay, oh, looks good. So we'll save. This is the hand. Okay, so which hand goes where? If you have your hands in front of you, the thumbs are going to be on the outer side. So let's pretend we're him and our hands are in front of us. You know I like to snap. The hands are in front of us, so they're going to go on opposite sides like this. So we'll take this hand and we will mirror it. Should I keep his hands super big? Okay. Oh, so it's still frozen when I was on the hand. Ah, I see it now. Okay, now I can tell. All I did, I don't think you guys saw me putting the cylinder on, so I just put a cylinder here because that kind of made sense. And now that I did that, I just need to move this back a little bit, I think. Or I'll just use clay and sub and just sub that back a little bit. And so this mirror is the sleeve and that. Do I want to just voxel remesh them together? Do I? So let's just do this. We'll join children. I don't think I want to do it yet. I think I do want to uninstance a little bit. I think I want to uninstance. I really do. Because tube. Oh, tube. So we'll put one here. Okay, good. So we'll put these together. What's up, iCloud? Love to hear it. I also do textile work if you're ever open for collaborations. That's awesome. What exactly is textile? What's up, Ship? John? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, I'm locked in. But then what I'm going to do now, the difference is I'm going to keep, I don't know. It's going to be, once I'm locked in, it's going to be hard for me to notice, I think, regardless of what I do. But I am going to have to remember to continue to take a look a little bit more often. It'd be nice if I can have it like right in front of me, because I kind of have it off on the side. But what do I want to do now? I like the hand, but the only thing was, are these things? Oh, these are the hands. So we have the tube, we have the hands. So let's validate the hands. We'll validate the hands and we'll uninstance them. So this hand is going to be connected to the wrist bone. I don't know which one it is. Is it this? No, it's the other one. So this is going to be in here. I actually don't like them in that blue thing. So this is going to be the L sleeve, or let's just make it sleeve B. Sleeve B. This is part of sleeve B. That I want to just put it all together. So I'm going to subdivide it, and then I'm going to take these two. I'm going to do a save, and I'm just going to voxel remesh them together because they look pretty good. Yeah, they look good. So I'm going to voxel remesh them together. Wait, did they? Oh, yeah, they did. Okay. So that looks good. I don't even think I really have to smooth it. I like how it looks. So we'll do the same thing with the other one. So this is sleeve B. And I'm actually going to move it up to the hand. And this will be hand B. We'll delete this. What is this? Crotchal area. Crotchal area. What is this? This is the sweater, right? Sweater. I think, yep. This is the turtleneck. So I'll nestle this. Crotchal area can go, I guess he doesn't have a body, does he? Let's put crotchal area up towards the top. Where's the head? Nose. Oh, this is the head. Head. Sleeve B, hand B. No, these are wrong. Of course they're wrong. This is hand A. So let's just move this all the way up. So this is hand B. We'll delete this. Now we have hand A, so where is sleeve A? So this is sleeve A. We'll just take it out, delete this, rename it. Sleeve A. Okay, I don't ever want to do it again, so I'll make sure I hit save. Okay, so looks good. Let's take a look at our, that looks good. I want this one. The reason why I didn't want them to be together is, for example, sleeve B. Let's do gizmo, let's do pivot, and let's put the pivot where the pivot should be. So let's tilt it a little bit. Let's move it this way. We want to put it right on that shoulder. Let's use a line. That'll help. That'll make it a little bit easier. So we put it right on the middle of that shoulder. Nice. So then we take it off of pivot, and we can maybe move it back this way a little bit. And maybe even a little bit of this. We'll move it back a smidge. I don't mind that it's not exactly the same as the other side. I don't mind that at all. We can still move the hand a little bit if we want to, but I think I might just like it how it is. I think that looks nice. Let's take this arm and can do a little bit more of a drag in there, like so. How big is this? Let's smooth this out. This looks like it could be use a little smoothing. Maybe I'll take clay and symmetry and just kind of make okay, wait a minute, what's happening? What's happening? Is it just that flat? Oh, I'm on sub. Okay, that makes sense. Just losing my mind for a second. Okay, so we do a little bit of a pull from the sweater. Can smooth it a little bit. Looks good. Crease would probably be smarter if we do a crease first and then add the clay. Sometimes that gives it a little more oomph. You do that on both sides. Sometimes that adds a little bit more. Okay, that looks good. So let's take this and add maybe a little inflate action. So we can add some along here. And then maybe we'll do a nice one like up here with maybe a crease underneath. just smooth it out so it looks nice and natural. So let's see how that looks. It looks a bit weird. But you know what, like you get what I'm doing, right? Like you get it. That one just looks weird. There's also another way to do it too. You can use crease and invert, make it big. Sometimes that looks really nice too, as like a clothing type thing. And then I'll uninvert it and maybe do like a crease underneath it. Sometimes that looks nice as like a clothes thingy. I think that might work out better for this. This is a shame that it looks so messed up like that, but let's go ahead and voxel remesh it and see if I can smooth it a little bit better than that. Yeah, that looks better. I'll smooth these up here too. And since I remeshed it, I'm going to add the crease again. Hopefully it'll be a little bit stronger. And I'll add a crease here as well. So we'll smooth it. I'm going to take drag and I want to drag out this piece a little bit more. Okay, let's use clay a little bit more here. Now let's see what it looks like when we give it a nice smooth. Okay, I like it. It probably doesn't really need that much detail, but you know, when I get locked in, I just get crazy. You know how it is. Okay, that looks good. Part of me wants to. No, I don't think I want to join the arms in this sweater. It would look nice though, but let's see if I can tug this across this way. That looks good. Let's add a nice crease. We'll add some nice little areas here for our sweater. We'll add some nice crease action. So a lot of these I just like kind of make up, and if they look good, I keep them. If they don't, then I'll get rid of them. But it's kind of fun. I think it's like one of the more fun things to do is try to make things look like if someone's like looking at it, those didn't look good at all. I like to do details where someone looks at it and they be like, why does that person make that decision? That's what I like. Maybe inflate. Inflate does look good for clothes. So let's try inflate. Inflate usually winds up looking the most natural, so I like that. And I think we liked crease better for the bottom. I want to use inflate, but I feel like crease did a much better job. Let's see if we do inflate just to make this a little bit more, because I feel like it just needs more. I'm going to smooth just the edges a little bit. I think that looks pretty good. I think I like it. So we'll do crease, and maybe we'll just do a little bit over here. Actually, maybe we'll just do inflate. Let's solo it. And this is just so on the back, it has a little bit of a different profile on this side. Yeah, I just wanted to have a little bit of a different profile. We'll just do a crease over here because now this side is looking real empty. Okay. Okay, so let's take this body part. I'm just going to use clay and sub and just get rid of that a little bit. And maybe I want to stretch the butt to fill that space. I think that's better. Okay, let's make this a little bit, just working on the shapes here. Those little buns. So we'll save it. I like it. So now legs. So this is buns. So where's leg? I think my camera might go out soon because it kept telling me that the battery's low. So that's just an FYI on that. Taurus. Oh, that's that part. I forgot all about that part. I might just leave it separate. Cylinder. Oh, this needs to go up here. Sleeve, is it sleeve A? It is. So I need to take this, I need to multi-res it, take these two, voxel remesh them. We'll do it like 211. I voxel remesh them pretty high because I can always decimate them. Okay, so that's good. So now we have this hand. It's perfect. Those butts a little saggy, feels a little saggy. Let's turn on symmetry and just kind of pucker it up a bit. We'll take this and just clay that away. We can actually take move and just kind of move that up a bit. So this is going to be a lighter color. So I'll pull it down so it just meets that there. I think that's fine. Okay, so we'll save this. So now we have the feet. Crotchal area, sleeve. Eye dots. I'm just going to validate those. Join children. Eye dots look good. I'm just going to decimate them. Hair puff 1, hair puff 2. I don't know what those tubes are. I'll do all that later. I'll just finish it and then I'll just put a little bit of lights on so we can kind of see what it looks like. So we need the legs. Okay. So I'm just going to join these. For now, I'm going to join, oh, they're vastly different sizes though, so that makes me a little wary. I'm going to subdivide this, because I noticed that it's really ugly with if they're vastly different sizes. So I'm going to join those, join those, join those. So these are the legs. I might have to undo all this, but we'll see. So the legs and the buns. Oh, let's subdivide the buns. So the legs and the buns. Let's voxel remesh this. I'm going to do it pretty high. Okay. Oh, I might not have even needed to. It looks great. So let's smooth. So we'll smooth this. Looks great. And I kind of want to just flatten this part of the, oh, I forgot you can't flatten with any sort of precision anymore. I do want to try to do select mask, and let me see if I can select this. Let's see if we can get it again. So if I take move really big, let's see if I can. Oh, you know what? I need to protect more of this, because this whole bottom part is moving, and that's annoying me. I just want to see what it'll look like. So if I clear it, and then I smooth it, nah, it's not really how I want it. I kind of want it to like fold over, but it doesn't really look good. And it's not worth it because I don't really mind it the way that it looks now. I think it looks good. Okay, so let's just decimate it a little bit. It doesn't need to be that big. I mean, come on now. Crotchal area is small. We have this torus. Let's do, oh, we might be able to use symmetry. I don't think so, but maybe. So let's just, okay, so that was very special. So let's voxel remesh this and make it a little bit more so we can add more details. Okay, nice. Don't mind it. Don't mind if I do. The only other thing that I was thinking is maybe like these little tiny, there's like 2 other little tiny things that I didn't add. I've been thinking about them the whole time. Okay, I'm just gonna, you know what, let's smear it, validate it, just take move and just, so they're like, I don't know if I want to, you know what, the only thing is like if I put them there, they're gonna look weird because they're not connected to the face, and at this point in time, they kind of have to be, so maybe like drag even. Maybe I can just like drag off and angle back. It's like a better option. The drag is so big. I think I like it. I just don't like how like that's the only bit that I don't really love. Maybe I just push it closer. Maybe that will help. Oh, I know of something else that might help. If we do that crease thing where we invert it, let's see if this helps. Because it might help with like making it look like it's something it's not. Like it makes it look like it has a little more depth to it or something. I don't know. And then we smooth it rather than just like two round things coming out. Oh, what happened here though? Why? This side looks so perfect, but I have to undo it because of this stupid side. Because of the symmetry. The symmetry looks right, but there's something that's just not right, unfortunately. So let's take the symmetry off, and we'll use the crease and invert, and we'll do the same thing again. It's one thing I don't like, it's doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, we'll do that, do that, do that. Okay, this one side looks horrible. Crease. That side is like super soft too. Looks good. I like those little extra little details. Trying to think, trying to look at see if there's something else that I missed. This is like a little funny. I think it just needs to be a little bit smaller maybe. And also, let's change the pivot. Just kind of want to make it thinner. Okay, I like it. Oh, and this might be nice to maybe add some clay over here. Oh, I'm always using the wrong one. Just to like give these things like a place where they're like coming from, you know? So it's not just like coming out of the skin. So it's almost like layered fur or something. I guess we'll keep it layered. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to do. I don't know if symmetry will help me here, but it would be nice if it did. So if I was using layer, oh, it goes through, doesn't it? Let's see, front-facing vertices only. Oh, we're in the 3D printing world in the comments. So front-facing vertices only filter. Front-facing vertices only. Here we go. Hopefully this matches up. Now I don't know if I'm going to use this, but we'll see. I just was thinking I wanted something to kind of separate the, the depth of the ears. And even if it's something really light, I just like the idea that there's like a crease in the ears, but I don't know if it's worth it. Probably going to keep it for the amount that I smoothed. It might have been easier to just do like a crease little bit of smoothing just to kind of make it look a little more natural. But I think it looks great. Okay, so I like the way that it looks. I really do. It'd be kind of cool to do like little fireballs or something. But I never tried to make that. So I honestly don't know what they would look like. No, I was doing pretty well, but then that would look really ugly. I don't even know if that looks like a fireball. I'm confused. I'll just clone this one. He needs like something. He needs something in his hands, like to be whatever he's doing. So it just feels like a fireball. Where are my creases? Where are my creases at? We're right here, dog. Inverted creases. Big. Just in case you guys didn't know, I love me a good crease. Just keep it simple. Make a crease. Ooh, I gotta wax remesh a little bit lower. If it doesn't want to smooth, then it knows I'm gonna box remesh nice and low. I don't play that game. Alright, so that's my 5-second fireball. Or like little glowy thing, whatever it is. Let's take a look at our oh, you know what? Let me decimate this. Because whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be glowing, so it doesn't really need to be big. at that stupid look on my face. Sometimes I can feel it when I'm just like zoned out or zoned in. Did he say anything about making the models like traditional illustration looking with outlines? I don't really do like the toon shader thing. I think it's, I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of cool, but I actually don't really like, even when I was drawing in Procreate, like you can actually check, I have an old video where I say black outlines are ruining your artwork. And there's a lot of people that do a lot of different kinds of artwork. So in one hand, like that title was just supposed to get people's attention. It's not necessarily, because like tattoos, there's plenty of artwork that has black outlines. But what was really cool for me was to start to draw and then to get away from the black outlines, because for a long time I was just, everything had black outlines because I started with like comic books and stuff like that. And then once I got away with it and I started coloring them, I was like, this looks so much better. Like it's such a different feel. But all that to say, yeah, I don't really use like the toon shaders. I usually just like things to look, you know, fairly like realistic, in a realistic-y, comic-y in a sense. But yeah, so I don't really do a lot of the toon shader stuff with the outlines. I'm not even sure where I would get it. I use materials from Blender Kit. Blender Kit's pretty cool. Just want to get a little bit of that undershadow, so it's not going into the body a little too much. Excuse me. So I think that looks good. I like it. I like it a lot. I might take this and just see how it's like cutting into his leg. It's a very small detail, but if I can just like puff it out, then like why wouldn't I? So I'm just gonna puff this out a little bit there. Oh, we didn't do the buns? Oh, we did. Thank goodness. I can just smooth them out. I thought that I forgot to merge them. So I'm going to smooth them. I'm going to try to leave the underneath a little bit. I'm going to go a little bit lighter on the underneath, but I'm going to smooth out where it like comes to the legs. Nice and full. That looks so good. I would add crease, but that's too much. Crease is too much. All right, cool. So we'll just do a really quick lighting. What time is it? Oh, it's 7:43. I can't believe it's 7:43 already. Yeah, if I was gonna do like a outline thing, I would do it. I would like bring it into Blender or something, and just do it there. Oh, grease pencil? I don't even know how to use grease pencil. And yeah, I got to do the tail. Luckily, oh, the tail will be going right in between the crack, right on top, because it would be going over the butt, not in the butt. So let's just do this. Okay, so we have to look at our thing. I'm going to redo this. Okay, so we put it here. Okay, so we'll make this smaller here. Okay, the positioning is pretty good, so let's bring this in. Make sure snap is not on. This can be a little bit smaller too. It's a very thin tail. So we'll match that out. Maybe we'll put another one here. Maybe a little bit bigger. And then I'll go right up there. Is it too big? Let's see there. Oh, it's a little big. I think I like that. I think that looks good. We'll validate that. Let's call this the tail. My butt bone hurts. Speaking of tails. This is the sweater bottom. Okay, I'm just going to nestle that. I'm going to do a quick save. And is there anything else that I don't know? What is this? Oh, these are the lashes. Okay, so I'm going to lash A, lash B, sleeve, hand. I just want to make sure I have everything labeled because things get really confusing. Spheres, eye whites, mirror. Oh, what is this? It's just a rogue mirror. I think that's just a rogue mirror. Okay, so we'll save again. Let me just take another quick look. Anytime I delete something because I think it's nothing, I hate that 5 steps down the line I realize that I deleted something. So let's go back to the view. Looks good. That's beauty right there. I'll reset number 1. Okay, so let's take everything and we'll do a really quick lighting. I'm not going to color it, so we'll just do lighting. So we'll do lit PBR. We'll turn the lights off. We'll add our first light. Oh, I forgot to color it. I always use the same terracotta color. Close, paint all. Okay, so now we can go back to our lights. Make sure to do the lights once you have it in your position. So we'll go back to this light. Make this 2. Looks good. Key, clone. Oops, clone. Clone, what are you doing? Rim, this will be rim lighting. Let's just do a line so I can just move it over. So this one's coming from the top right, so we'll put it there. This one's coming from behind. Okay, so yeah, we want that nice right on the rim. Perfect. So we'll make this 5 instead. Looks good. We'll make it a little warmer. Okay, so then we'll add a light. We'll name it R2. And this one will be coming from the right. Maybe like, yeah, something like I don't want it to be another rim, although that might not be a bad idea. Let's crank it up a little bit so I can actually see it. Okay, so another light coming from that direction. We'll make that one, usually I make it cool, but on this purple background, sometimes it's nice to make it purple to tie everything into the background. Looks good. Another thing that I didn't do yet was, we'll do it in a second. So let's take the last light and we'll just name it D2 because I like to name it R2D2. After I did it once, I was like, I'm always going to call it that. We'll make this one a spotlight. So we'll move it up. And we just want to shine it like somewhere down on him. That looks good. I like it. Maybe make this a smidge wider. Okay, that looks good. So now I'm going to go back to our view. I'll do a quick save. that's all the lights, but we still have to add the environment. This is my custom environment. It's available on my Gumroad or my Patreon. We like the darkness, but this is just more of a fill, so it's not so dark. And there's nothing shiny, so you can't really see the reflection of it, but so we'll just leave it there. That looks okay. Oh, I don't even think I did post-process. Usually I do post-process first. This is my preset, but everything looks pretty good. I usually have that up a little bit. I don't know if I want bloom. I'll just turn it off. That looks good. Okay, so let's just double check everything. Double check these lights. All the lights look good. So also I like to change the head, the hands. Let's change those to subsurface. Turn it down. We get that nice subsurface with the ears. Might even prompt me to make this brighter, but we won't make it too bright. We'll leave it at 5. But if I had a darker, kind of need a darker background, but I love this purple. I think it looks cool. The legs as well. So we'll subsurface those. We'll bring it down so they're not so completely see-through, but so there's a little bit of light getting through them. And these little fire things, let's go ahead and clone. Let's name this Fire Puff. So we'll clone the Fire Puff, and then we'll change this to additive, always unlit. Oh, they're not together. Yeah, I thought this was both of them. Fire Puff. I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to take these, join them, clone them both, change both to additive, always unlit, turn up the opacity. And you know, now I might turn the bloom on, because bloom will help with making that look like it's shining. I think. Or it just won't do anything. Oh well. So let's save this. Actually, I'm not going to save it because I'll save it. Let's save it. Let's hide the reference image. And we'll do a nice slow turntable. Hopefully I don't see anything that I forgot. Oh, the creases went through the ears. Oh. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go back and fix that. I'll have to go to the ears, put front facing vertices, and then I'll have to smooth that out. It's always something. I'll probably color him and then bring him into Blender. But thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Make sure to give me a like. Make sure to check out my Skillshare. Skillshare is the only reason I'm able to do this and make videos for YouTube and spend a lot of time doing lives. It's literally all because of Skillshare. They're very supportive of me. They've been really great to me. So that's why I do so many classes for Skillshare. So check that out. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff. All right, keep drawing, keep sculpting. I'll see you all in the next video.
Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Be sure to like and subscribe. And if you want to go more in depth, then definitely check out my Skillshare classes where I am a top teacher. I have about 50 classes, both Procreate and Nomad Sculpt. I also have a few classes on Udemy, so if you want to learn more, or you just like my style, you like the way I teach, you want to support me, those are some other places that you can do it. Thanks again, keep drawing, keep sculpting. I'll see you all in the next video.